Do you like my hat? I had a thought as I was setting up of, I think it would be really cute if I put a hat on. I found this hat in the Live 2D items like preset. I thought it was really cute. Please take care of yourself or I'll take away your table, PC, phone, and stream. It's okay. Okay, trust. So I actually do want to talk about this. So it was literally, you know how the past couple streams I was like complaining because I kept like, my voice just kept cracking, right? So clearly that was not as innocent as I thought it was. That's not as okay as I thought it was. Because I was setting up for stream yesterday. I was just like, I can barely speak. That's not great. Little wolf dude thing. It's a goat! Guys! But yeah, so started feeling kind of shit yesterday. Right before stream, I was just like, there's no way I can power through to the end of the week. I need to remove one stream, at least. Like, I need one stream to be cancelled. Because there's no way. There was no fucking way. So it was basically, I was weighing, like, well, okay, the drawing stream on Friday, I can mute for. I can mute, right? That's fine. If I really need to. But it was like, I don't think I'm even gonna get that far. So I need to cancel a stream. There's no way. So yeah. And then a little after that, I took a nap. I was like, okay, hopefully this like sorts itself out. If I just like speak at low volume and try not to speak if I can avoid it. Throat started feeling better around like 1 AM. I joined my friends for like some games overnight. To play Guilty as Sock, but I was mostly non-speaking. I was like, okay, my voice is not amazing, but it's better than it was before stream yesterday. So I felt okay to go ahead today. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm all better. I definitely have like some sort of cold going on. Because I was definitely very sniffly and I was sneezing a lot last night. But I don't feel god-awful. I think my VTS block is off. Wait. Did I forget to turn that on? Maybe. Hold on. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say I feel like completely amazing, but I'm alright. Right, there we go. That should hopefully be working. I don't know why it wasn't. Yeah, I didn't even hear it. What the hell? Hopefully that should be working anyway. Yep, okay. It should be fine. Yeah, so voice is still a little rough. Throat still feels a little bit like sandpaper, but nowhere near as bad as it did yesterday where it felt like completely clogged up. I have hot lemon and honey with me. I'm trying to take care of myself. I just also want to have fun. But yeah, when I was thinking about like, okay, well, I don't want to... I don't want to delay starting Final Fantasy X this week. And Paranormasight being a visual novel is like, okay, I mean, that's a lot of talking, but I would rather cancel the Wind Waker yesterday than either of those. Hello. I am feeling better than earlier, certainly. I was keeping an eye on it because, like, I mean, worst case scenario, you know, I cancel again, but I was feeling pretty alright by, like, 4 or 5 p.m. So I was like, okay. Please no entertain us if you're sick. Please pick. This is my entertainment. I want to play Paranormasite. No, I mean, if you remember when I had a chest infection, I didn't stream at all that week because, like, it's not happening. It's not happening at all. A cold I'm willing to stream on just as long as my throat isn't too bad. And I deem it not too bad. You sliced your thumb yesterday. Oh, I hope you disinfected it. That's the worst though. I've done that plenty of times. I once, when I was repairing a suitcase wheel for my convention suitcase, I had to replace the entire wheel, and so I was using hacksaw through metal, but it was really it was like really awkward. I nearly chopped like half my index finger off, I think. I didn't, obviously, but like it like the blade jumped and then hit my finger, and it only barely like cut in. Luckily, I was very lucky with that. I was like, oh shit. Ooh, gotta be careful with that. It'll be okay, I'm not as bad as you, son of a cat. Honestly, like, I had another instance, like, a few months ago, where I was removing part of my desk here because it was, like, I literally couldn't fit under it properly because it just went way too low, so it was, I'm too tall, apparently. The desk made for little me, so I had to remove, like, the little thing, like, the keyboard tray underneath it, because it was just, like, it was either I had to hurt my back or my knees were just bashing into it. I got a new profile picture of my new dog and I went to like take a picture while she was looking away, and then she reminded me I got this cute profile picture. Oh. Unfortunately, it's incredibly small for me on my end. I can only see it in like the chat boxes on screen. When it comes to profile pictures, the OBS docs do not show them. I can like just about see. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, when I was removing that part of my desk, we were using a drill thing, like a diamond drill, because there was this one screw that for some reason, like, was inside the wood going down? I mean, we were like, what the fuck? Like, how, even, first of all? But then we were like, okay, well, I guess we have to, like, drill that flat so it's not, like, poking my knee. And silly me, for some reason, when I was drilling it, and it was almost there, and I wanted to see, I was like, my brain went, I should check, like, how like, solid it is, if I could just like push it off, and decided to touch the thing and really badly burnt my finger. And I still have a scar from it. Did I know? I mean, it doesn't shock me. It doesn't terribly shock me. But I don't think that's relevant to the stream. Yeah, like, I still have, like, grooves on one of my index fingers from touching that fucking hot screw. Because, yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about it. It's deeply concerning. Yeah. The first YouTuber with this I've seen all week live. What, with Paranormasight? I love Paranormasight. I love the first game. I played through the first game on stream too, and it was like, I finished it, I was like, this is a fucking masterpiece. I'm so playing the second one after I take a little break from it. But yeah. Hopefully my throat will hold out. Let me actually, like, I'm gonna load into the game before I switch over. I'm gonna switch over sooner rather than later because burnt my finger and my mom yelled at me like I did it on purpose. They always do that, I swear. My question is, how are you doing? I'm doing alright. I am definitely not feeling as good as usual. Then a Paranormasight, but I am so here for this. You should play Paranormasight. If, like, the first game, genuine masterpiece of a visual novel. Like, genuinely, holy shit. There's so many visual novels where, like, they're really good, but they could be in, like, any story format, any storytelling format, and they'd still work. Like, you could adapt it into a manga or an anime, it's fine. I could never see at least the first Paranormasight. I don't know about the second because I haven't finished it, obviously. But I could never see the first Paranormasight as, like, in any other format. How's my pet doing? He's fine. He's happy right now. He's happy. He loves when I stream. God. It's not a dragon, it's a goat. Holy. Good God. But yeah, my budgie is very, very chatty. He loves when I stream. It's like his favorite time of day. Just started fire, but never told me how to do it safely. I asked her, how do I do this without hurting myself, just to figure it out. Oh, wonderful. Excellent. I remember starting fires in, like, Scouts. It was always, like, the most frustrating thing. So, like, we'd have fire starters and everything, and it just would not take. Just wouldn't take at all. It's like, what is the point of the fire starter if it's not gonna start the fire? It's not very good at doing its job, is it? That was always a thing. The noise in the background is my buddy. He loves when I talk. He's a very, very chatty bird. Singular, by the way. Fire is a dangerous thing, you know. It is a dangerous thing, but you do need to know how to start one. And how to put one out. If you do camping, anyway. But it's better to know, and then to know how to do it safely, you know? Yeah, I have a very noisy budgie, and he loves when I talk. He loves when I talk, and he didn't get his fix yesterday, so now he's really, really happy that I'm streaming. She yelled at me when I yelled in pain. The worst part is it was in the fireplace of my house. I actually cried. Ooh, wow. Yeah, I spent my XP in the stream. XP. Oh. Is VTX Pog actually doing something? Or Nightbot? I don't know. I mean, I remember clicking that on at one point, but I didn't know if it was actually doing anything. So I'm afraid I don't actually know. Have you ever had those, oh no, I set X on fire, what do I do? Stress streams. I'm not sure, actually. I gotta go, but I like the sub so I can join another time. Thank you! I look forward to seeing you another time. Pro was telling us secrets. I'm sure he is. He's genuinely, like, his favorite thing is just to chat at me. He thinks he's part of the conversation, and, you know, I'm fine with that. But yeah, to be honest, I'm actually not entirely sure how TTS Pog is supposed to work on YouTube. I never quite figured it out. 'Cause it says, like, Nightbot is, like, doing a custom point system for YouTube, but it doesn't give any indication on my end how it's supposed to work. So I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure how it works, to be honest. The only option that goes is for, like, after you reach YouTube partner, which I am not a YouTube partner. I don't have enough watch hours. Anyway, okay. Because my throat is obviously not in the best state, I am going to quickly hop over to the game and we're gonna get started. Yippee! So, last we left off, our first perspective character got beheaded. That was fun. Very fun. And also, like, almost all the women on the island got, like, cut down, literally. Extremely fun. You're gonna get your PJs on? I hope they're comfy. We do, however, we have a new perspective character, which is Arnold Marnham. Extremely sexist monster. No, I think it was, if I remember correctly, it seemed like they were going down the list of Amadivers in some form. Which Amadivers are majority women. I love Nabby down, we get yeeted at the camera. You guys are getting yourself! I really love my dog when I'm playing with him, because when I stop she stops and then I cannot laugh or she barks. If I move fast she barks, if I don't move she barks, if I breathe loudly she barks, so I gotta move slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. I used to live with a couple dogs up until recently. They weren't mine, they're both my now former flatmates. We both moved elsewhere now. Not for any, like I'm still friends with them. It wasn't like any problems, they just bought a house. But one of them was like an asshole elderly staffy. And then the other was a guide dog, golden retriever, who only barely made the cut. And yeah. Right, okay. Shall we take a look at these recollections from Arnold, who we have not had any perspective from just yet? Right. After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Issei Bay. Nice! Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawagi town. Which means this is the Sea of Issei, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing. You remember me? I don't know. Probably 12 AM right now? For me, it is 9 PM. Or half 9. Indeed it is. Come, Cersei. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Issei Bay. Oh, amazing. I just can't stop saying it. I have a great sleep schedule. I do. Not. You're back. Welcome back. Without further ado, my name is Arnold Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please, call me Abby. Oh, so he is American. Okay. Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo? Oh, well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know? My favorite things to do at 10 PM. Wait. Your sleep schedule, I wish. Barnum's he gonna pull a fast one on me? Who knows? Who knows? Sure. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale. Sure, I've got you covered. Well, this area is now called Nakabeppo. Long ago, it was a region of Issei province known as Betsuho. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period. Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids. Love the name Nabidan. I suppose Nabidan is acceptable. Heavy stuff breaking the fourth wall. He's off to a strong start, isn't he? They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and their teeth and bones of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Do these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Abby? Indubitably. Yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps. Favorite things to do at 10 PM, watch the stream. Second, watch the stream. Get my dog in bed and go to sleep. It's Nabby Dan. Well, I'm Nabby, and my chat is called Capri Dans. So, combined, it's Nabby Dan, which I guess is me, apparently. I guess that's fine. While I sleep, she bites my arm. Indubitably, yes, this must be the place. I'm Dan. Dude, maybe it was like a internet blip. I don't know. Yes, I'm Nabby. I guess you're Dan. Capri Dan. I sleep at 1, maybe sometimes 3 to 6 a.m. Yeah, that's about the same for me. Except I'm probably more often between 3 and 6 a.m. Because I'm a freelancer, so I don't really have to get up for much unless I'm, like, cabling at a con. Who's Navi? Who's that? I'm Navi. Right, I feel the same way. This is so exciting. Have I used this experience? I have no idea. Gonna be fully honest, no clue. Betso is the old name for the area now known as Nakabepo, Kawaki Town, and Agi District. So named during the events of the story, it has since been merged with Sus City of Mie Prefecture. Said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, the area has a deep connection to the Issei Heike. It's also said to be the location where 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period. Oh yeah, we got some market words, didn't we? Like last time, right at the end, I think. I guess I didn't look at it. The endless expanse of the Issei Sea. The eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Issei Province is the land where they repair the waves from the eternal world. The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in. Yes? I have a fear of long words. Is that normal? Probably not. Hold on. Nice from my weather. Getting tropical? Yeah, I mean the whole game's pretty. We're pretty much all set on an island. Let me just respond to my mom real quick. She's asking if me and my brother want ice cream. Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? Swimstream that I know has a thing like you type to something in this AI, like answer your question or something for 50 XP. Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't really know how it works, to be honest. I've not spent a lot of time in other YouTube streams, to be perfectly honest. Like I've chilled in some, but I've mostly lurked rather than chatted, so I'm all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. Ah, but it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Issei Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. Is the stream lagging? Doesn't look like it is in any significant amount. No matter, it's nothing of consequence really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Let's see. Notable works include The Fiend of Ringgit and Solar Crow, Herman's Travels, and the Bon Appetit the Phantom Gourmand series. Okay. Although Gourmand, he still has a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passion for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations. He remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual carefree attitude. That he's made it this far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. Alright, I'll go to sleep. Have a good day, everyone. Have to get back. Goodbye, my friends. Alrighty! See you later. Thank you for popping by. He's currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. Oh my god. Which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple. A fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Ivy's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family's home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map which, when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family's estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Ivy made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. Why secret? You got the first like on a YouTube video? Nice! Or was like 10 p.m. No, you're fine! Absolutely, put your real life first. This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunar Light family. The Lunar Lights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Cersei has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. Nice. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Cersei has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Issei Bay. She's apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. We love shawarma here. I actually don't know if I've ever had shawarma. At least in particular. Was there anything? I think a lot of this is new, actually. The young exorcist from England, currently on exchange in Japan, possessed of a bold and willful nature, she harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. She is quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity has been completely sated. Although she can be fairly blunt, she shows a naivety appropriate to her age around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Cersei is the third daughter of Kiara? Or Ciara? I'm not sure, actually. Of Kiara Lunar Light, the current head of the matrilineal Lunar Light family, a long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her two older sisters, she has received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child, and is currently in training as an apprentice. As beings known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East, the spirits of the dead, strong thoughts, and curses, what she does in an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. Let Nabby's whispers haunt your dreams. I got an injection / vaccine in school and it was painful the entire period. Yeah, so it goes. Huh. Sorry, I might need to mute periodically today just to blow my nose. Primary spiritual abilities, guardian spirits. The ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunar Light family and invoke their powers to exercise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. That sounds cool. Shikigami, the ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Cersei who cast a spell on the paper. Well, that makes sense. Dowsing, the ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. Although she is supposed to be in the care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, confidential Japanese institute, during her time in Japan, Cersei has been spending more time traveling around the country sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her, but otherwise not interfere. As such, she's afforded a relatively high level of freedom. I pass out and I have to have someone to hold me down and keep me conscious, and I have to get a needle every 3 months because of personal reasons. Oh. Yeah, I know people who really struggle with needles. I've never been too fussed about them. I don't know. I used to get very regularly give blood. Very regularly. I've never really had an issue. But I've also got quite a high pain tolerance, so maybe that's why. And a sense of morbid curiosity, let's call it. That's always been a thing as well for me. So I've watched much worse out of curiosity when it comes to my own body. Like I've watched my own surgery. That's not the worst fear I have by stage fright is worse. Honestly, fair enough. Okay. Cersei is an ardent fan of Miyokuro Suzu, a girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. We know Mio. I miss Mio. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo and keeps it with her at all times. That's cute. Oh, that's cute. I have a panic attack in the mere thought of being on stage, and I panic and hold my breath until I feel dizzy. Eesh. Yeah, that's pretty rough. I'm also a germaphobe, so I wash my hands whenever I eat something with my hands. I've known a fair few people that are kind of like that, actually. As far as the girl's concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I have to find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me. Okay, nowhere to examine on you.
Kawaii Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Sioux City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of the Heike, a branch of the Heian Imperial's preeminent Taira clan.
I have to have someone behind me encourage me to breathe. See, I had an issue, where I had stage fright as a kid, but it was because I was a naturally shy kid. And then, even if I wanted to do something on stage, like, every teacher would be like, no. I'd be like, why? I want to do it. Let me do it. That's why Nabi makes encouraging noises. No, not me, Lily.
If you're going to talk about Issei Province, then you absolutely have to mention the Heike.
When I get a virus or even flu, I go crazy and have vomits a single time last year. Oh, nice. Another person ready to track me off stage. Yeah, see, I think my stage fright when I was a kid really was just like that I was a naturally nervous kid. But like I also really wanted to be on stage at the same time. So it made it actively worse when all my teachers would be like, no, you're too shy. I was like, but I'm actively asking to do it. What? It pissed me off so bad. It pissed me off so bad. And here I am as a fucking live streamer now. What? And then like every other week I'm in person selling my own art with not a hint of shame. Look how that worked out, huh? Huh? I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heike took part in the Genpei War, correct? Enjoy performing like singing karaoke rather. Shame's overrated. Indeed, I agree.
That's right. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike's high social standing.
So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? Names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight?
That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them.
I suppose you're right about that, and memorize them I shall.
Apparently, Tadamori was born in Sioux City in a place called Ubushina.
Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike. It can extremely be impersonal when it comes to other things. I think a shy child. That's very real. I still got really intense anxiety about a lot of things. It's just... I'm very... I don't know. I'm good at covering. Like, covering it up, I guess. I'm good at masking it. Force us to sing some random music for a long time and it will benefit for one day only. Yeah. It's... I mean, the thing about karaoke is you're supposed to do it for fun. Character design is so nice. It reminds me of one of my OCs. Right? I think it's actually one of my favorites in this game. If only because it stands out a lot. Because obviously everyone else is Japanese. Like he's... I mean, you can tell that he's maybe not meant to be Japanese. Well, like, he still kind of blends in. Because he's not too far out. You know? But like, Cersei stands out. We were the ones saying fun facts. Hi. People who can draw OCs are talented. Well, I mean, talent is really just practice. I mean, I'm an artist. I mostly grew up drawing OCs. Nowadays, I mostly draw fan art, but that's because OC stuff doesn't really sell. I don't want to draw my OCs. It's been ages. But alas. I am busy with convention work and commissions, so I have not had time. I like Cersei's girls, and yeah, I see what you mean by her design being like a focal point. Yeah, it's very neat, especially because the last game, like, I don't think there was anyone foreign to the cast, despite being in Tokyo. I don't think there was anyone who wasn't like native Japanese. Compensating your goat for being way too cute. He's just a baby. And like just slam his head into the camera. But like, that's you. It's you. I draw a human nor an eye nor a shirt nor a single thing. The only thing I can draw is a stick man. But that's where practice comes in. You practice so that you can. Because we all start there. There's a lot of people who learn to draw even at like 40 years old, 50 years old, even older than that. And today I don't have many fun facts. Oh dear. Damn. Fun fact, run! I'm coming directly to your location. I will be in your location in roughly 15 minutes. My fun fact that I like to give to people is that there was a show once where it was testing out a generation of consoles for like their durability, and it was the GameCube versus the Xbox, the original Xbox, versus I think the PlayStation 2, I want to say. And when they were testing them, I mean, the Xbox and the PlayStation held up alright, but like, the GameCube, they set them on fire at one point, and the GameCube not only didn't stop working, but it actually ran better while it was on fire. See, another thing is I get anxious streaming or making anything, and I have to have one person I know in stream or chat, or I feel sick or scared, but I try and not show it. Taking the goat is too cute. Reminds me of the galaxy, and I love the galaxy. Well, you are a space goat. Yeah. Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike. Sioux City, a city located in the middle of Ise Plain, the capital of Mie Prefecture. Fun fact, did you know rainbows are confirmed to be a rare occurrence? That's why people love them so much. Ran better on fire. Yeah, literally. Like... like it had like a higher FPS output or something like that. Not to be confused with space ghosts. No, you're not space ghosts. Probably. I mean, I hope you're not. Previously known as Anotsu, Sioux City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Sioux City is also known as the birthplace of the Heike. The Bushina area and its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiramori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born. We don't get talk shows. But then, why would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? I thought them more cunning than that, but perhaps these fish mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple sea creatures. Who knows? Let's talk about this place. I want the parts burned. You'd be surprised how many parts are like resistant to high heat. I mean, it's like the casing is... Actually, that reminds me, there's also a game... There was a Game Boy that was involved in a bombing. Essentially. And like the entire fucking thing is melted, right? Well, it's not the entire thing, but obsessed with the galaxy aesthetic. Thank you. Last time I was here, I did fish, but I will do space today. Ooh, give me some space facts. Who are Space Ghosts? Is that what we are? The Capitans? Yeah! You're like, I don't know. I think you're made of like space dust or something. I haven't like cut any of you open to figure it out though. Meanwhile, my PC starts heating up and then the frames go so bad. Yeah, PCs are not quite as durable. Just Nintendo's on some shit. They've always been on some shit. But yeah, there's like a Game Boy. It's in a museum. It was involved in a bombing. Most of it, like the batteries literally melted in. It still works. It has to be plugged in all the time, but it still works. It's barely even a Game Boy anymore.
The shepherd would cut us open for science. Viva la Caprilution.
I'm saying I haven't. Who's to say I would, okay? Jeez. PCs or laptops, which cheaper? Technically, laptops are generally cheaper. But I think PCs are generally more bang for your buck. They just also cost a lot more in general, like on a surface level. Space dust goat thing. Having Alliance is beautiful, yes. The Go 4 Game Boy is no longer on display anymore, unfortunately. Aww. But still, it's the point being, Nintendo consoles are durable as fuck for no reason. They also made sure that like the Nintendo Wii, before it could even leave the prototype stage, it had to be able to take the weight of a full-grown adult for at least, I think it was like 20 minutes. Not sure my PC is freaking 6K. Well, what I mean is, it should be. Like the parts are generally better, and you're able to do a lot more with them if you build your PC right. Now, of course, there are the shortages, the part shortages, but when they're at normal price and they're not being scalped by fucking tech bros, in theory. In fact, there are 9 or 10 dwarf planets. Nintendo Switch components of the PC. Local chair, one very good reason, very small children frustrated games. Well, yes, but like they go maybe a bit far beyond. I mean, honestly, like, for fact, this is a stream. It sure is. It sure is a stream. This is the metropolitan center of Mie, and a locus of historical events. Another fun fact: sinking scene in Titanic movies take the same amount of time to get to. Well, it's gotten much weirder here. Welcome to Doodle Now. It's gotten much weirder here. It has gotten much weirder here. To be fair, I do have like the 3rd best graphics card in the world. See, you don't have to go like the most modern. So you can still sub like in older parts and they'll still work if you like, they'll still be perfectly fine. That PC years ago, but 10 years for a few years now, it seems like the motherboard has gone out. I mean, it can be a power issue. If you don't use something for a few years, the power can get kind of fucked. Like in terms of the power supply, just because it hasn't been used. It's basically like completely drained, you know?
I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey.
My dad got it for me as a gift though. See, I have a 3060 Ti, and for like 99% of the time, that's perfectly fine. In fact, Jupiter is bigger than some stars. Well, I would assume so, really. Summon a nice GeForce 1040. Honestly, for the most part, that would probably do unless you're like unless you're a streamer. Like, that would probably be fine for most games. To translate the scene where the Titanic sank in James Cameron's Titanic took the exact amount of time it took the IRL Titanic to sink. Ah, okay. I see. Another lovely fun fact. It's not fun! We gotta get back to those mermaids you mentioned. What became of the three that were caught in the fishing nets?
At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were fascinating finds, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori. The fact that Go could probably eat you, since it probably has the stomach of a galaxy. You know, I'm not even sure what the Capradans eat. I assume they're eating something. What are we talking about? Everything, I think. I think we're all sharing very fun facts. I see that because, like, you know, because, like, black holes.
Roast shepherd sounds good.
What are you gonna roast me with? Huh? You better be with some good seasonings if you're gonna go out of your way to roast me.
Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were fascinating finds, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori.
Oh ho, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? He was not only eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life.
Actually,
Wouldn't
Tadamori
you like to know, shepherd child?
Shepherd child? I'm older than you! Fun fact, Lucky was moving to your location rapidly. Huh?
Actually, Tadamori evidently said that they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them.
In fact, Neptune and Uranus have been screaming about Uranus' name. Jupiter and Saturn all have rings. Wow! This seemed more appropriate than Weather Boy. Yeah, I got it. I got the reference. Who eats roasted dog bones? I don't think anyone here. I think they'd kind of throttle you about it if you tried to do that here. Fun fact about mermaids, some people think they are fish on top and human on the bottom. There is no right or wrong answers. I myself eat mostly food from Earth. I think that may be most Capradans, in fact. Yeah, I mean, this game has gone over like quite a few different versions of mermaids, actually. I mean, even here, we were talking about fish mermaids versus human mermaids. Or Avi likes to talk about them like that, because that's like the primary ones mentioned in this game. But like, you know, we've even got here, like, this being a fish mermaid. Another fun fact, sirens, depending on mythology, can be women with wings, and others they're ugly mermaids. Yeah, they kind of... Some people took them on and then they turned into like harpies. For like the winged ones, and then the fish ones turned into mermaids, essentially. Which is interesting. Hey, Earth's gravitational pull, guys, I love it. You said you were as old as the universe, remember, I don't forget, okay. Yeah, that's correct. God, what a waste.
However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself.
Giants were birds first before the myth makers got confused and made them fish folk. Well, I mean, you see a bit of both in Greek mythology as well. It seems like it just kind of changed over time because the siren myth was like related to sailors. So I think like they started as birds, and then because of the conflation with like fishermen, they then became like the mermaid type sirens. Fun fact, on my way to Lucky, my bag hit a fucking tree, but I still survived. I'm still bringing him his food. I am a mere 2.0. So, what happened to him?
Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty.
Well now, tasty is it?
And that's all I've got.
That's it?
And that's all I can find in existing records.
Then the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. Beans is a girl, but in solar balls, Beans is a boy? Oh, like Venus. What's solar balls referring to?
Venus is also a Roman god. That's what the planet was named after. It's also a symbol.
I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say?
Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off with them.
Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind.
I've put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested.
So we deliver in 10 minutes or it's free offer. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Okay, oh boy.
Taira no Tadamori, the father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Issei Taira clan, and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to Tenjo no Ma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed their official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered of low status, the samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Issei Taira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces, with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China solidifying its foundation. This significant influence was later inherited by his son, Kiyomori.
Got a whole delivery going on. Oh dear.
Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to be modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries.
Solar Balls is one of my favorite YouTube channels. Oh, is it a YouTube channel? I see.
Nukemaru, Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Originally named Kogarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At that moment, Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheath, and reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Nukemaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to change hands several times and its whereabouts are currently unknown. The murders of Betsuho. One time, when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Issei province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, lips of monkeys, and teeth and bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids, the fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them, and it is said that the remaining mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. Oh, there's one thing I should warn you about, though.
Oh?
This group sometimes gets referred to as Issei Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it as Heike.
Doesn't really matter. Aren't they basically the same thing?
Not exactly. You see, the term Issei Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Issei. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heike. The family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heike most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it.
Either way works for me, so do as you like.
The tale of Heike also used Heike.
You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness.
Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Dan no Ura and be completely eradicated.
I believe I know this one. Dan no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not?
Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there.
Pains me to think such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity. Fun fact, Planet X is not proven to be real, which is good. I hate X. Isn't Planet X just a theoretical planet? If I remember correctly? Wasn't that like the whole thing? It was just a theoretical thing of like, by the logic of maths, there should be a planet here, but we don't see the planet, so we're just gonna call it Planet X, but it may or may not exist. Wasn't that the whole thing? Or am I thinking of something else? Yes? Am I right? I vaguely remember researching something like that in like my own time, just because I thought it was really interesting. Did I remember correctly?
That's why the Heike's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment.
Ah, now we reach your particular field of expertise.
Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive.
We always share things with Nami. Yeah, you all share. That's why you get to, like, stay here. Otherwise I kick you guys out of my little, like, edge of the universe pad.
That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiramori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who causes the most trouble.
You're spitting in the food for not tipping. Damn. I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heike clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? I don't think we might find ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges.
Much of Issei province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether.
That's somewhat troubling to hear. It is a bit troubling to hear, yeah.
Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike.
Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock after all.
Let's get to it.
Naft's favorite flavor of ice cream? Cookies and cream. I love cookies and cream. Or Oreo. I also really like fish food as well. Similarly. So we can move now. Where are we going? We're going to Anno Town? Okay. Yeah, I'm an Oreo guy. Or cookies and cream. Or fish food. Specifically to Ben & Jerry's. Well, seeing that we've arrived, where are we now, Cersei?
This is an area in Anno Town, known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yaobikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it.
I'm sorry to say, I've never heard of it.
Wait, really?
Come on now. Don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing. And besides, I'm not even from this country. Cookies and cream is a classic for real. It is. It's so good. I love cookies and cream. Oh. I mean, you're the same cookie on cookies and cream. It's so good! Benji's peanut butter half-baked is my absolute fave. It's pretty solid. I'm just not, like, I don't hate peanut butter. But, like, I don't love it either. I'm kind of neutral on it. It kind of depends on my mood, I find. But cookies and cream, I could almost always go for cookies and cream. I don't know how it's the moon. Well, you see, when a mommy moon and a daddy moon love each other very much, and they, or I suppose a mommy rock and a daddy rock love each other very much, and they smash together violently. And the gravitational pull or whatever makes it roundish, then you get a moon. Something like that. Popsicle is good. I like popsicles and like enough. Am I wrong? Guys, it's time you gotta learn about the planets and the planets. The moon rocks and the moon rocks. The moon rocks and the space dust? Yeah, something like that. Maybe that's a better way to put it. The moon rocks and the space dust. You gotta learn about it, guys. Come on now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this. A mommy rocket and daddy rock.
I guess that's true. Okay, I understand.
The two genders. And the secret third one is like space itself, I guess. I'll be counting on your explanations. Ano town is located in the Age district, so named during the events of the story. It has since been merged with Sioux City of Mie Prefecture. And the Anagram rock, yeah. Located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak, the land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being a primary place of production of tsumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be semi-transparent. Interesting.
Ah, the fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming.
Oh yes, the incessant chirping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. It's Japanese summer, alright.
It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically chittering with excitement.
How can I hear? What do you mean, how can I hear? I got ears. I got two big ears. I can see that. Let's try and keep a cool head, shall we? I'm here for the goat only. I am also a goat, though. And it's my stream, right?
The legend of Yabikuni originated here in Kusawa, Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
So, they a proto-Earth crashed because they love each other. And then Luna, Moon, and Earth formed. Wow. Wow. Are we moving on to sad facts now? I mean, sure, I guess. Like, I literally am the goat. I am a goat. You can't read? I mean, you said you're dyslexic, so I guess that makes sense, right? Like, look. Like, I got goat legs. Goat leggies. I'm literally the goat.
At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life.
Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion.
Yeah, I guess that's true. The tale of Yal Bhikkhuni, a bhikkhuni, formerly ordained Buddhist nun, who acquired preternatural longevity after eating the flesh of a mermaid, can be found in almost every region of Japan. Although the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years.
I have legs! I do! I've actually struggled by ironic fact that I can read backwards perfectly. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I'm not shocked. Because dyslexia gets weird. It's a very weird... what's the term? I'm trying to think of what the word is. Condition? I guess? I guess it's more like learning disability? I don't know. I have quite a few friends who have dyslexia, but I've never like talked in depth with them about it. Like boys and girls, happy pride!
The Yal Bhikkhuni legend passed down in Mie Prefecture is as follows. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village. One day, when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served at a village gathering. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it, but Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village. Becoming a nun, Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end.
Happy Pride Month, everybody! Back in primary, I wrote a whole page on English assignment backwards. I mean, that's just impressive, actually. Honestly, I couldn't do that.
The legend of Yal Bhikkhuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Happy gay people, meow meow! Meow meow!
Hello, just being...
Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano Town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu Prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found at 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain research has indicated.
That's pretty widespread. Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yal Bhikkhunis out there?
Obviously, not all the legends can be true. I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it?
By all means. I love Flame Hat. Thank you! It's one of the default Life 2D items in VTube Studio. I was like setting up a stream, I was like, this would be cute. Let me put that on my head. So I'll actually call my mom, and my mom was shocked and asked if I could read it. I read it perfectly. It's such an odd thing. And also such a personalized edition to have, from what I hear. That's pretty cool, though. I mean, I assume it probably doesn't help you a lot of the time. But I mean, that's a cool party trick at the very least. By all means.
Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore.
Do I know what Animal Crossing is? Yes. I am incredibly normal about Animal Crossing and have been since I was a small child. I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Although that being said, I haven't played in a few years. I need to play it again though, because I only just got like some of the
I'm becoming a villager, aren't I?
Maybe. Would you like to? You're going to see a horror movie and then I'm going to see the Amazing Digital Circus movie. Let's be like, ooh, have fun. I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Exactly, and that's how she got the name Yal Bhikkhuni, the 800-year-old bhikkhuni nun. seeing the back rooms.
My grandmother's going horrible. My local stores have a monster. It's honestly, that's just a hate crime, straight up. I want to see the back rooms, but I'm already seeing the Digital Circus movie tomorrow. And I don't quite have time to see both, so I think I need to schedule something for next week, mayhaps. But I also have to do like a lot of work, so I'm kind of wary of spending that much time. Ugh. I don't know, maybe I'll see if there's a showing on Sunday or something, like Sunday evening after I get home. But I might be too tired for that. I really want to see it though. Cries and multi-venom, yeah. But I really want to see the Backrooms movie now. You've never been to a cinema? It's a good time. If you like spending a lot of money on snacks that do not have to be that expensive. But I mean, no, it's fun. It's a nice chill time. They're perfectly normal and can be trusted to be left unattended with the villagers, true. You wanna watch the Odyssey?
With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
Do I know who Miku is? Yes. I'm also incredibly normal about Hatsune Miku, and most Vocaloids. I've been in this building for a very long time. I'm not allowed to go. Mom says I'd be too loud.
I mean...
as long as you're not yapping during the film. You know? We got a new badge or whatever and stuff like that. Bloodhigh? Tom server noises. How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of ascetic training.
If we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right?
Oh, my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yalabikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual. Yeah, that was kind of my assumption from the start, but...
Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people.
Sorry. Gotta go already. Have a good rest of your evening. Or day. Or time zone. I don't know things will happen, but if it's something I can have focus on, I can actually be quiet. I mean, honestly, as an adult, like, I mean, I'd say give it, you know, if you go by yourself as well, you're much less inclined to talk during a movie. Especially because, like, you can pick what seat. You can always book a seat that's, like, fairly far away from people if you're really concerned you'd be yapping. If you're in a theater with only, like, a handful of people, to be honest, people don't really tend to care at a certain point.
But it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. What is time? I don't know, man. I don't know. I also think the Yalabikuni Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend.
I wonder. Don't all the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as their place of final rest?
That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on.
Oh, never mind. Well, welcome back.
But with so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all die around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely.
Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat.
That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. Sometimes I appreciate or hate art block because art block helps me appreciate what life has to offer, and I study it to gain motivation, but when it's annoying, I can't do anything. Yeah, I think it's the sort of thing where you kind of it's an indication that you've maybe been going a little too hard, and your brain needs a chance to like recover a bit. There were likely some places that simply believed the Albicuni was the term for an immortal.
Rather than known, for all we know, she said, "I'ma be known over that," and became an Amma diver. Suddenly reminded of the site in Japan that allegedly was visited by Jesus. Well, stranger things would have happened, right? But Artistic art blog, toxic relationship part 1, yeah.
It's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic and misunderstandings.
Now wait just a minute. I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion.
Let's drop it then.
But still, if one word somehow lived for 800 years, the person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today.
True. And if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat.
Can Kusawa's legend of Yalpikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely.
Who knows? Issei province isn't that far from Wakasa province, after all.
She may have simply walked here from there.
The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they even get mixed together somehow.
Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations?
Exactly. But then again...
The
immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. There we go.
Close enough. Indeed, it does. Art block is visiting me right now. It's not that bad, it's giving me ideas. I do know what Cuphead is. I have played a little bit of Cuphead. If it's something that's known on the internet, there's like a solid 90% chance I probably have at least heard of it.
I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. Then something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. And it's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Yalbikuni from around the country before being passed down.
Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. Oh. Husky! Hi! I'm gonna pretend I'm really surprised that you're here. How was your last hour on your stream? Bark, bark. Indeed. Please go get some rest, Husky. How'd things go in the last hour? Your final hour? Or so, roughly. Yeah, Husky's just finished up a little under 48-hour stream for his first anniversary. It was pretty fun, that's what I like to hear. Now go sleep. Go sleep. Or at least, I don't know, go rest at least. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother introducing myself, because if you're in Husky's channel, I'll bet you know me already. Fine enough because you told me to. I always have to watch over all the timelines. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, this is a pretty chill stream. We're hopefully, I don't know, maybe someone might get sliced in half. That happened last time to a few people actually. But you know, most of it is chill. Currently we are talking about a specific legend of a mermaid. Slow energy behind chaos, yes. We are currently talking about the Yao-Bikuni, which is the legend of an 800-year immortal who ate a mermaid's, like, the flesh of a mermaid. We're currently discussing the theories behind how the legend came about. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development?
Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that.
I act like Husky's mom. Well, I mean, technically I'm his model mama and papa. Would the flesh from mermaid be more fishy flavored or like beef? I don't know. Depends on if it's a fish mermaid or a human mermaid. See, we got both in this one. Did I see the Cuphead show? I watched a few episodes of it. It was fun, but I was busy, as per usual, so I didn't end up finishing the whole thing. Can you make sushi mermaid? Questionable.
Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that.
That's right, you're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action.
Yes, it's really something.
Must be off from deleting a vortex. BRB, guys, gals, and others. Very well. Have a good evening. I'm not paying the delivery tax either.
Yes, it's really something.
What are we thinking? If Yabikuni really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she led. Can't begin to imagine what it would be like to live for hundreds of years. Probably sucks.
The fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yao Bikuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located.
What's my hobbies? Drawing, playing video games, drawing again, or making things. I like yapping. Screaming. Yeah. About that.
Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located.
But then, did we come all this way for nothing? Another topic. Existing, yeah, I like existing sometimes. Just like a little bit.
Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Issei. The Tales of Issei. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse compiled sometime during the Heian period.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the tale of Genshi and the tale of Heike. Is it anything like those?
Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though.
Well, they sound similar enough anyway.
Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Issei. That's easy enough to remember, no?
Tales of Issei is a collection of short stories. Check.
Ah, one more thing. The title might be The Tales of Issei, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us?
Some believe the title comes from the fact that passage 69 is set in the Issei province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. So you gotta go, but I'll be back for the cute girl. Alrighty, thank you for stopping by. Oh wow. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files.
Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. By which I mean I will be reading through them now. The Tales of Issei, a collection of verse, or Uta Monogatari, thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan. It is particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man. Believed to have been compiled in the Heian period, it greatly influenced the literature of the area, including famous works such as the Tale of Genshi. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwara no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period, with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character. But the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. You're eepy, we'll go eep.
The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. It covers the life of a man from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of his most famous episodes are summarized below. Episode 1, Uikaburi. Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeve of his robe, inscribes a waka poem on it, and sends it to him. Hold on, I need to blow my nose again. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that'll be that. Episode 6, Akutagawa. A man having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noble woman, flees with her to a warehouse, where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon who inhabited the warehouse. That sounds rather familiar. Just a little bit. I have 30 bracelets I made. Actually, it might have 31. I don't know. Nice. Episode 9, Azuma Kudari. Thinking this moment about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him. Recites a poem. In Suruga province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River, recalls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Episode 23, Tsutsui Tsutsu. Tsutsui Tsutsu. There we go. Close friends from childhood, a man and a woman exchange poems and are wed. When the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. Episode 69, Kani no Tsukai. Having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess serving as priestess at Ise shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. The sink is broken, the top came off? Huh? Go early and take a nap. If you feel tired, please do. It's perfectly alright. Episode 95, Hikoboshi. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently awaiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. I wonder if these are going to be our curse stones. I wonder. They're certainly going to be relevant somehow. That is one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Ise. Adding the tail off to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period. Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth. Sure. Shrine. What's down there? Some sort of shrine? The shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go and pay our respects before we leave. Anything else? Sky. No. Night night Nanny, night night Lily. Rest well.
Utami Gaora. Who is my favorite YouTuber? Depends. And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear?
This is Futami Gaora, the coastline that lies beside Futami Town. It's just over from Ise City.
I tend to... These days, I listen to a lot of Reddit reading content, just because it's really easy to listen to while working. I tend to listen to Oz Media, aka Oz's Vault, and Bensi at the moment, is who I'm tending to go for. I'll miss you too, Lily. Those are the two I'm tending towards at the moment. And I've been watching Oz for a long time, but I'm not sure I'd call them my favorite YouTubers. They're just like the ones I enjoy listening to the most. When I need like something while working.
The coastline that lies beside Futami Town. It's just over from Ise City.
Ah, then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Ise City proper. Things are finally beginning to heat up. I inferred that Ise City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Ise Province. Not bad, eh?
Yeah, well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces. Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki.
Yes, that's so.
But that doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location.
Very interesting. The sun has already begun a steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit. This is where we see our, quote-unquote, mermaid corpse.
Futami Gaora's sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Ise Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity.
It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite a striking image.
To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of Ise Bay.
Makes you want to get out to the get out on the very edge to take it all in.
It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view.
Anything else? No siree. Just me and Cersei. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Okay, that's the same thing as earlier. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. You just gonna say the same thing? Okay. I'm not checking off though, so gonna be talking about something. Talk about Futami Gaora mermaids. So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids?
It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids.
6, eh? That's certainly promising.
One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Ise Province, on April 3rd during the second year of the Enbun era, which would be 1357.
So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous.
The passage is as follows. When the sea of Futami in Ise Province came Enmeiju, delivering perpetuity.
So, what exactly does that mean?
My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami, and it was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life because it granted longevity.
There are 8 planets, there sure are. At least in the solar system. Or our solar system, anyway. Aha! It granted longevity, did it? Finally, we're getting to the good stuff.
Yes, there's another account relating to mermaids to Yellow Bikini. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at that time.
Indeed. Now we even have a name. So, what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it?
No clue.
Again with the vague records. These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it water off.
I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written.
Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, healing people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track? Or leading people in the area, even?
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any.
Mermaids that people didn't want to capture?
And they weren't seeking its flesh.
Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat.
Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaids as a divine creature.
So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be on something there.
This makes me think that that theory you mentioned about how there might be two different kinds of mermaids.
Oh, you remembered. And I stand by my theory. There's a fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie. And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph.
Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it anyhow.
Here's a sun pun. Do you know why I never went to college? Because I already have 1,000,000 degrees. God, that's terrible.
Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety.
You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets that appear to be more like fish mermaids.
It seems more likely then that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids.
Interesting. That in turn would suggest... My word, could this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh?
I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it.
Tell me a joke. I don't have any off the top of my head, man. My life. I don't know. I don't have any funny. What's the one Shatter always like says? What do you call a pile of cats? A mountain. That's what Shatter likes. He likes to use that one a lot.
If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one.
Agreed. I've heard Shatter tell that joke so many times. I was like, what's the one he always tells? That one. Now, speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind?
What? Our conversation was just getting good.
Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that?
Oh, right. Those are Somin Shorai talismans.
Somin Shorai?
Yes, although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the New Year, but here in the Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long.
Interesting.
I can add more detailed information to the files for you later.
What's this about?
Type of talisman inscribed with the character Somin Shorai Shison, being descendant of Somin Shorai. These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms to larger objects such as hoops, would have entwined miscanthus reeds or shimenawa, sacred ropes used for ritual purification. These talismans are generally placed at the doors of households as a prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households in Ise-shima place Somen Shodai talismans at the entrances to their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or shimenawa. Although most families in Japan only put shimenawa up during the New Year, in Ise-shima they are kept up the whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The words Somen Shodai originate from the name of the central figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, the tale is generally told in Ise-shima is as follows. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozo Tenno set out to court the princess Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Kotan Shodai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somen Shodai, welcomed Gozo Tenno into his home, even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozo Tenno rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Somen Shodai from a plague that ravaged the area the next year. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somen Shodai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illness. This tradition has survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. That's interesting. That reminds me of in Christian mythology, I guess. There's the 7 plagues, I think. And like people were told like, hey, if you want to be spared, you have to smear like pig's blood above your doorway, and that will tell me that you're to be spared. It's kind of similar sounding. Also, I just kind of had the thought of like why I like these games so much. So the way the exposition happens reminds me a lot of if you guys have ever played Zero Escape, it reminds me a lot of Uchikoshi's way of doing exposition. It's Capricorn's blood. No. Like, in the sense that, like, if you guys have ever played an Uchikoshi game, you know exactly what I mean by Uchikoshi exposition, where he's definitely gone on, like, a big ol' Wikipedia dive and he wants to put as much of what he learned into his games. But, in, like, it seems a bit more related in these games where, like, the characters, at least, it makes sense for them to talk about this, like, she's really, like, an occult specialist. This is, like, her thing. So it makes sense she'd be knowledgeable about sort of thing. Ah. What is it? What? What is it? Now you make me antsy. Come now, seriously. You realized something about those Somen Shodai, didn't you? You must share. No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the eternal world.
Is it? What does that mean?
You'd already know this from the files, but regarding the Somen Shodai, its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozo Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryugu.
Ryugu, you say?
That's right. Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the eternal world. Yes, and furthermore, Gozo Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shouja temple. The very same Gion Shouja who gets mentioned in our good old friend, The Tale of Heike.
So it is! What was that again? From the bells of Gion Shouja echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? Sounds so cool that even I memorized it. I haven't got a clue what it means, though.
Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Fine, fine. So what you're saying is, you just tell me to look it up? Ise-shima is a hand with deep ties to both Ryugu and the Heike. And that is exactly why the Somen Shodai tradition is so well established here.
Ah, that reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well.
She certainly is mysterious,
That reminds me. About Hutamigara. Yaora. Yaora.
Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Circe. The sun has already gone down.
I suppose I got carried away. Sorry.
Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain.
You're right, just look at all the stars.
Ah. Something I dislike about this. The vibes. But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Circe?
Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
Excellent, do tell. I thought she was trying to get surroundings.
Oh, but we really let time get away from us. Look how dark it's gotten.
Can we pretend that airplanes and the night sky are like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch darkness. It is very pretty. I just don't like that they're using this specific music right now. Something about it does not give me a good feeling. Dear me, I dragged her around all day long, didn't I? Or perhaps I should say I had her drag me around all day long. As her guardian for the time being, I suppose I ought to have had us retire earlier. Though Circe herself seems to have limitless reserves of energy. She is 15.
Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during the summer. The first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
Triangle, eh? And I presume it is made up of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in the season.
What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red. Antares is the Scorpio constellation.
Southwest, you say. From here, though, being facing inland and looking to the right. Gotta sing it like the auditory version.
Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it.
Okay.
Possibly the most famous of the summer constellations, the Summer Triangle is formed by connecting Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. Vega and Altair are also said to represent Orihime and Hikoboshi, the 2 central figures of the Tanabata legend. The romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way has captivated people's imaginations since time immemorial. The Summer Triangle is visible in the sky almost directly overhead around August. Interesting.
So it would be this one. I should have time to meet before that one. Wait, I do believe I found it. Star just there with the reddish tint. That must be Antares, yes?
Correct. That is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation.
Haha, I found it all by myself. I'd make quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself.
I hate to raid on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the Summer Triangle, so please try again.
It goes, that's right.
I'm gonna try looking straight up from Antares. I bet you'll find Vega at the sky's zenith. Give it a shot.
Ask you why we ask about eating merfolk? Because that's what this game is about? Eureka! I've spotted it! We've been spending like half of this game talking about eating mermaids.
Oh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival.
Then that must mean the Orihime star will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way.
Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? There's still another star in the summer triangle to find. It might be hard to see because of the angle.
Right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. There, that must be it.
Bingo. That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star and is famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival.
Oh, that means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be.
Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic.
Ooh, cultural exposition. I mean, that's what both of these games have been about, really. They're very, very focused on cultural exposition. Like, even, in the first game, the 7 mysteries of Honjo are a real thing. Like, all of the ones used in the game are like, completely real mythology from the Hojo, from the Hojo region. I found the real ones by accident and was like, oh, those were completely real. Oh, I see.
One of the other stars in the summer triangle is in the same area, so see if you can find it.
If my eyes is discerning as I believe it to be, that's the one.
Oh, nice find. That's the Neb, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. The Neb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the nickname Milky Way star.
That does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream. There. I've located all 3 stars of the summer triangle. How'd you like that?
Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor?
That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge.
Alright then. Tell me, what's the name for the star Hikoboshi?
I forgot. What was it? I said what they were. I forgot. I forgot already. Summer triangle. Hikoboshi was, Altair. There we go.
That's right. Well done, Professor.
Phew, I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here at Futomigara. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for me at Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here you're keen to visit, Cersei?
Well, we haven't even visited the Issei Shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface.
Yeah, you've got a point there, but it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we?
Alright.
The next day. Mount Sama. Really getting our exploring in with these 2, huh? Well, talk about a gorgeous view.
It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asama's observation platform, and it overlooks Toba City on one side and Issei City on the other.
So that's Toba City over there, eh? And what's Toba got going for it?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo, Lord Kuki, who at one time led the Kuki naval fleet.
Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated.
As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of Ama divers in Japan.
Aha! I knew there'd be something touristy. A fantastic blend of culture and history. Mount Asama. Mount Asama straddles the border between Issei City and Toba City and is also known by its official name of Asamagetake. Part of the Ise-shima National Park was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan, a listing of famous scenic sites gathered from across the country. Kongo Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Ise Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction.
Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey to Kongo Shoji. The observatory at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. Okay. This is pretty. Apparently, Mount Osama's peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the tip of the Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands. Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assume we take the mountain path. All I can say is, this place takes my breath away. Cityscape. Over there you can see the city of Toba spread out along the coast. By the way, they tend to call this the Ise Shima region. But most of the time that term includes Toba as well, something to keep in mind. So when I hear Ise Shima, I should also think Toba, eh? Good to know. Although the term Ise Shima is sometimes used to refer to part of the Nansei southern region of Mie Prefecture, the area covered by this term is not clearly defined, with it usually referring to the two major tourist destinations, Ise Shrine and Shima Peninsula, and their surrounding areas. As the area referred to as Ise Shima also includes Toba City, it is also sometimes referred to as the Ise Toba Shima area to avoid confusion. Right. Okay, just add more in. May as well, I suppose. From what I hear, lots of the inns in Toba are run by ama divers and fishermen. I can't wait to get into some seafood tonight. Suppose that kind of is the appeal, huh? She'd been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of the morning. I myself beat her to the punch, having been too excited to sleep a wink at all last night. First off, you should know that naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Pirates, eh? Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under the commander of the naval force when there was a battle. So that's what the Navy was like back then, huh? A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need. Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo of Shima province. Well, I know the name Oda Nobunaga. That's why they called him the pirate daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him, I've heard of. He was the demon king of the demon king of the sixth heaven, no? True, but that's the title he gave himself. Still, a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination. That may be, but he wasn't blessed where his allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives. Oh. For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son Moritaka in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. I just realized we're in an ad break and I should probably take a very short break just to put Cello to bed. And maybe go to the toilet. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, okay? Probably a good time to do it right now. Okay, we're back. There we go. All sorted. In the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline.
Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character. From what I hear, let's the ends. Yeah, okay. That's the same.
Nothing's changed. That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan.
Oh, do tell.
It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune. Hatsune Miku?
No. I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble.
You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans, and even ran away several times only to be brought home.
I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days.
Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was the curse she left behind, before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend.
Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors.
Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it.
Well, what's your take on the story, then?
When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed.
Fair enough. I see your point.
Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and the word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end.
Oh, you're right. That would change the story completely.
But there was something else that interests me more. The Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old.
Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days.
But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old.
Yes?
Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they?
Well, I don't know. It depends if he had her at, like, 16. You know? So if he had her at, like, 16 or 17, and then she was, like, 15 or 16, that would add up. It would be terribly out there for that age. For, like, that time. Age differences weren't so much a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd.
Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with?
And if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter?
An agate Magatama was unearthed at the palace where the princess was supposedly buried. That could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale.
Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere.
True, and the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it?
Well said.
A certain occult researcher taught me that one.
You don't say. I don't know. I mean, I don't think those ages are completely ridiculous considering the time period. I don't know. It wasn't exactly uncommon to have kids really, really early, right? I don't think that's that ridiculous, but whatever. The Cookie clan and the piracy became feudal lords. During the Sengoku period, Shima province was home to a number of local clans, among which the Cookie clan was just one of many pirate clans operating in Ise Bay. However, things changed when Cookie Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Cookie Navy, he became the feudal lord of Shima province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. The Cookie clan, I know. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Cookie clan was his nephew Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness, just 2 years after the Honoji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of their schemes to seize control of the family. Cookie Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as part of a political marriage, however, Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had already promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of an enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing of her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament, before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land again, or so the legend goes. Despite the tale persevering as part of local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Sumitaka's age at the time. Oh, I just realized something. Cookie Sumitaka died, or was assassinated, exactly 400 years ago. Is that significant? It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800-year immortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point. So there's a chance something happens after 400 years. Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here. Okay, theory. My theory is that Sato, being an 800-year immortal, but she has, obviously she has amnesia. My theory is that she's 400 and her previous soul died, and she's a whole second soul. That's my theory. I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know. Sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. Other theory. Princess Hatsune was an 800-year immortal, and I'm just spouting shit off at this point. Amadivers have a long history in the Tobishima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times. You don't say. Most notably, it is said that Oben, who was presented in abalone to Yamatohime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki that is considered a sacred place to Amadivers of the Tobishima region. Is that so? She must have been truly legendary. Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyoshu that depict the Amadiving in Shima province. Amadivers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly, they were a popular theme. Tickly throat. It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing is not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail. There is another point worth noting. Amadivers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the Amadiver culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends. Ah, yes, there is a theory that the mermaids of Issei Bay were simply ama divers.
It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend.
Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it.
Oh, right. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the ama divers of the Tomoshima region, regarding something called the Tomokazuki.
Ah, here we go. I was wondering when that was gonna get brought up again. The Tomokazuki.
It is believed that an ama diver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, and will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Ah, Cersei, please, don't bring scary stories on me out of nowhere.
That's why the ama divers of this area wear the Seiman and Doman symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition.
Interesting. They're like trying to maintain their voices to some degree, even though I'm kind of struggling.
On another note, the ama divers of the Tomoshima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that sunk to the seafloor right up until the Meiji era.
Well, it sounds like they were true diving professionals.
Exactly. In fact, after the Heike were defeated, Dan Noura and were lost beneath the waves.
Oh, we're back to the Heike already? I wasn't aware there was a connection.
Well, after that fateful battle, did you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 ama divers.
Aha! So the lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh?
And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heike.
Cersei, please, you're going to give me nightmares.
At least, that's what's depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled The Western Sea. The diving woman encountered the Heike in the depths of the water. Well, okay.
Such a deep connection to think the Heike were even once depicted with ama divers. They truly are a symbol of the Ise-shima region.
Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Danora, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that ama divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tomoshima region, ama divers are always going to be key players.
True. If you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates.
Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too.
Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here.
Oh, and what would that be? Personally, now that we've visited your shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Tut tut. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we?
Oh, and here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next.
You know perfectly well the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt.
Right.
She's so done.
Of course.
Of course, I'm sure all this information we gathered will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Oh, it's like a whole other thing. Okay. Right. We got it quite a bit happening here. Huh. Okay, continuing on. Might as well just go left or right. Now then, I believe it's time we discuss our strategy.
Sure. Then what do you mean by strategy?
Should be obvious. We must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward. Okay. Seems to me she knows her fair share of both useful and useless facts. It's time we get down to business, though. Ashtray. A porcelain ashtray that came with the room.
Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so one can smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes onto the ground. Well, that wasn't a smoke to begin with. Some of the notes I've taken, the information in them is not substantive and likely of no use. I feel like Abby is kind of embodying the Pepe Silva. Or what was it? Was it that? From It's Always Sunny. Kind of doing that whole thing. This sketch of the mermaid mummy that I found in our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I said I'll just bring a sketch. Oh, that's right. Someone told Cersei why I'm searching for mermaids. Where's this card? What's the business card for? Oh, this is the business card from the guy we met earlier. Pepe Sylvia, yeah. That's what I'm feeling like. Just like looking at this, like, it's a very small version, but it feels like the start of it, you know? It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Pardon me, would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why, yes, gentleman does have some time. I suppose that makes me the lady, then. Oh, it's you. You've been following us for quite some time. This is a new guy. Who the fuck is this? Huh? He has. For how long? Since the EC Grand Shrine, I believe. Really? Maybe you could try and keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Cersei? It appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. Like you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Issei Bay searching for mermaids. I look like the ghost that watches you from outside your window at night. Me? Yeah, you overheard everything? How embarrassing. Abby, honoring won't lessen the embarrassment. But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Issei City. My name is Kippei Ikoma. Oh, fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. I swear I've heard that name. Let's see. Salad planning, eh? It says here you're the CEO? I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own. Did you ever have any? I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. The freewheeling and forgetful man before you goes by the name of Arnav Barnum. I fancy the author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? What a business card for proof. The verdict is yours alone to make. Okay, calm down, man. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum. Please, call me Abby. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen. It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time. Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. Event Services Co-CEO, Kippei Ikoma. He just looks slimy, doesn't he? He kind of looks like, he looks like a serial killer. I'm gonna be so for real. This guy totally, maybe this is the guy who has the cursed stone. Director of Salad Planning, a venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tourism promotion events in Issei City. An ambitious young man, Kippei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. Oh god, yeah, I didn't even notice. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm so sorry, mate. You look so tired. He's got like visible eye bags too.
Oh no. About 6 years ago, with a sort of wealthy tycoon, Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kibe moved to Ise from the countryside with nothing but clothes on his back and an eye to make his fortune. This aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kibe an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Oh wait, was Kibe the one who... I think he mentioned that, like, Kibe was the one that the tycoon liked the most, or something like that. Kibe is often told that he looks old for his age, but as this means he is not taken lightly when doing business, he sees it as an advantage. Oh, so it's intentional too. Intentional design choice. Oh, poor guy. I guess he sees the good side. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose that could be arranged. Gust of wind grazed this lovely observation deck. What you thinking? What do you think, Cersei?
Feels like a scam who targets foreign tourists.
Quite the blunt one. Oh. Aren't you, young lady? Yeah, you say the exact thing. Okay. I'm not sure if I should trust him. Entertaining a weirdo might prove to be a pain. That said, it seems he's also interested in mermaids. Perhaps we could get some information out of him. So, this young man is actually CEO. No, I'm not sure if I call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there is something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Ise-Shima region. And I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the centerpiece of the campaign. Mermaids, huh? I'm sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see, so that's why you were interested in mermaids. Additionally, the Ise-Shima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another.
True, there is also the famous legend that a mermaid's tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean.
Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. Well, I can't say it's not a decent business plan at the very least. I believe these oversized suits, known as soft suits, are currently quite popular in Japan. Perhaps he's trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He certainly is putting a lot of effort into his appearance. Does this project mean you are knowledgeable about mermaids in Ise then, Mr. Akoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. Oh, do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Taishima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't.
It rings a bell. It was also called Teishima by some.
That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima. Wow, 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids? Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such. I see. But that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Metsuho during the Heian period.
Oh, this is the first I've heard this tale.
However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's such a shame. Regardless, it said the 3 mermaids were named Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase. So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
Pardon me, Mr. Akoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this?
I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha, so it's one of those descendants you heard the story from. That's right. They live a modest private life these days.
When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend it some credibility.
If you can back it up, yeah. I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, you share the identity of this descendant you speak of. My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendly sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I'm only getting part of the story. I see. That's a real shame. That's probably, Maddie, I'd assume. Now, this might not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from the descendants to share. Oh, I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us. No kidding.
She became human.
It doesn't ring a bell, though. Why, that is exactly the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery.
You say this was only a few decades ago. That makes it quite recent. This woman mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak.
If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. Much of it is, though. By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Ise Bay's mermaids, Abby? No particular reason. I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore, that's all. I see. Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think would have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in?
I know those. I love them.
Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them.
Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please tell more of those little pendant flags. I can't resist them.
I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. At least I guess he genuinely does seem to want to improve the tourism, maybe? Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. If there really were mermaids on Taishima 400 years ago, then that can provide us valuable new information. Amazing! A brand new mermaid legend.
The real question is why?
Why?
There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable.
I suppose. Is something the matter?
It's nothing.
It's nothing. I mean, to be honest, why not though, right? Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course, thank you, and I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan, if anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I am quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone should you be looking to interview ama divers. Oh, really? That's very kind. You're not just saying it as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you. I will call you, and that is a threat. Please, do not hold back. I'll leave you to do your sightseeing. Please have a good time. I will call you. If you tell me I can call you, I will. I really like Abby. If Maurice really did live on Taishima, then it's certainly worth investigating. It's Akuma's business card. He's the CEO of the event planning company we ran into earlier.
This map looks quite old.
Exactly. There's also the precise reason I've come to Mie. Put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map.
A mermaid treasure map?
Allow me to explain. I worried yesterday that Cersei might struggle to sleep on just a futon in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. I, on the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep. You also forgot? What did you forget? This is a poster advertising the island of Kamishima.
I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. The name is intriguing too.
Ah, Kami means turtle, doesn't it? It's a poster of Kamishima.
I just can't shake this weird feeling.
Huh? Why?
Is there something wrong with the island? Or the poster? The poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look? My hunches was right. There's a presence here.
Is it a fucking mockingbird sticker? No way. Come on, don't scare me like that. Remove the poster. Yes. Ready?
Yes, please proceed.
It's gonna be a fucking mockingbird. I'm calling it. It's gonna be a fucking mockingbird. You sure? Because I'll do it. I really will. There's no telling what may happen. Quit stalling. It's a fucking mockingbird. Oh crap, my YouTube stream is creepy behind my back. You're fine, don't worry. Oh! It's a fucking mockingbird. Oh dear. That's such a funny way of doing one though. I'm really enjoying how they're hiding the mockingbirds in this game, because I think most of the mockingbirds in the first game were very simply just, oh, look around for them. And like, you just find them and there's like a little bit of dialogue and that was it. It's really fun in this game. I enjoy how they're doing them with a bit more creativity this time, I think. Oh dear. This is Murakumote. There's a small inn located in Toba. It's a laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel thanks to the attentive staff. I could barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. I have not felt so full in a while. Door. The door to our room. Outside is a hallway with a restroom and wash basin for communal use. Guests place their shoes in the cubbies at the entrance and wear slippers while inside the inn. That's, yeah, pretty normal, I think. Got a telephone? This phone can only be used to call the front desk. Outside calls are impossible. Okay, mosquito repellent. Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it and it will kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable as well as easier and safer than the combustible type, so they've gone quite popular. We have more midges than we have mosquitoes here. And they're more of a pest than anything unless you happen to be allergic. My bag. A faithful travel companion of several decades. I don't know if anyone like actually goes out of the way to try and trap and kill midges here. To be honest. Extra lights in the room. A lot of attention was paid to create a comfy atmosphere for the guests. Towel hanger? It may resemble an L-shaped dividing screen, but I think it is actually a towel rack.
You're close. There's a small clothes rack.
I see, so that's what it is.
Yes, normally it's used to hang kimonos, but this one is quite small, so I suppose it would work well for towels and other small garments.
You're quite knowledgeable. I found this mermaid treasure map at the family storage. I should explain it to Cersei. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunite family because of her eccentricities. How fucking eccentric do you have to be exiled from an exorcist family of sorcerers and psychics? How severely eccentric do you have to be for that? Oh dear. That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. For the most part, mosquitoes are at best pests, but they're just really notorious for carrying some sort of disease too. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Anopheles mosquitoes. Oh, is that right? Anopheles? That specifically carry like malaria, but they're in quite specific regions. And usually the bigger prevention is like to prevent having still bodies of water. More so at mosquito nets. Because they're a lot more cautious of that. Yeah, like we call them midges here. I think they are technically mosquitoes. They're like really tiny ones and they don't really do anything but kind of hover around you and be annoying. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse to house her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. There's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author. I suppose that is the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs. Just so. I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I could put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this. I see. A mermaid mummy. Precisely. They were rather prevalent in sideshows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe. Huh. This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands. How are you so sure it was made in Japan? Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But, lo and behold, I also found this map inside. Truly? You found the map inside a mummy? Whoever made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there. That's an incredible discovery. It's simply tantalizing, is it not? There's not a doubt in my mind that will lead to a most thrilling discovery. I mean, it depends how long it's been there, really. So then, why did you call this a mermaid treasure map? Well, it was inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no? I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed. Thank you. I'm not sure that was a compliment. I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Issei Bay. What a shame there's no X to mark the spot. Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map, Cersei? Put me on the spot, why don't you? It does look like something's written here. Do you know what it says? Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. Apparently, it says search the 95th. Search the 95th? That sure makes it sound like at least a secret location of some sort. Hum. Where are our Tales of Issei? Do we have a the 95th Hikoboshi? So that sounds like it lines up. Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it? You know it.
I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle. Oh, wait, I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can you just douse for the treasure? Then we could skip this whole map and riddle business altogether.
I apologize, but that's impossible.
Truly, but why?
Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. Mind dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for.
I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of.
Yes, the distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
It's not quite the superpower I thought it was.
I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map.
Okay. To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Oh yes, I had a feeling that was it.
As you already knew, exorcists sure have some keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose. Might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be.
Your reasoning is unexpectedly non-inspired.
Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity.
Sure, I guess.
I really love these two. The dynamic between these two is so funny. Like, why is the child the straight man here? I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei.
I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Though I'm not certain that an immortal can still be called human, still your decision is irrelevant to my duties, so I will try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you.
I'd prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now.
Though I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folk tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Jeez, I say that after I already made up my mind and everything.
Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you're tired of immortality, you need only embark on a journey like a modern-day Yellow Bikuni.
That is one way to look at it. Oh. Though I think the numb part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had till I find a mermaid flesh to bite into. So, let's start there.
Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Searching just for mermaid meat alone seems like a waste.
Agreed. The best way to go about this would be to find a living human mermaid.
What's Abby's relationship to Cersei? Is he like a mentor?
He is. So his great-grandmother is the sister of her great-grandmother. And he's also technically her guardian, but she's kind of calling the shots. So I think that's more on paper. So they're distant relatives. He's basically like, it mentioned earlier, he's just gotten back in contact with the main Lunar Light family branch. So as much as he's quite distant, like, he's maintained a relationship with them since finding out that they were related and getting in contact with that family. And I have no doubt that this map will lead us to a place that's that's related to mermaids and immortality. I don't know why that said regarded.
This is quite exciting.
Now this is what I call a true adventure. No matter the era, there's something better than the quest for the unknown. Okay, well, fine. I'll have another look at it, okay? Let's take a good look. Pick it up. Oh? Did you notice something?
It looks like something's written on the other side.
I see. I knew I must have missed something. How'd you miss that? I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side. Oh, spots.
Take a close look at all the spots on the back of the map.
Oh, those? I dismissed them as a bunch of stains. It's the summer triangle, isn't it?
Do you really think that's all they are?
No, I don't.
Something about those spots feels familiar.
Yes, I know, it's... Eureka! Inspiration strikes! I figured it out!
It's a bit hard to see what you mean when looking at the back of the map. Can you point at the front?
Ah, you make a fair point. I may be less inspiration struck than I first assumed. I'll have to think on this a bit more. But, I mean, I could see this is summer triangle. I got that. Okay, fine. I'll examine it more, okay? Cersei, do you recognize the symbol in the lower right?
It appears quite similar to Sanskrit. However, I don't recall a character quite like this one. It may be a map unique to the cartographer, like a signature.
Wait, that's the map that's the symbol we saw when diving last time. That we unchained. If that's the case, it's irrelevant to our investigation.
I agree, though my opinion will change should we come across the symbol elsewhere.
So, I'm trying to remember, because I actually have looked up the real life island when I was looking about on Google Maps for the art stream on Sunday. I actually did like venture over to the actual Issei Bay area because I was curious. So this area is actually around about, if I remember, where Kamishima is. Because it's actually quite far out. Like, it's a decent ways out from the main bulk of Issei Bay here. So that's actually around where it should be. And that would also be around where we found the actual symbol in the ocean when we were playing as Yuza and diving. The phrase "Search the 95th" is original on the map around the location of Issei Province. It's a map of Issei Bay. Judging from its condition, it is quite old.
If I were to guess, I would say it is over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old. I wonder how old it really is. Look closer. Isn't that Taishima?
You're right. It depicts an island to the south of Kamishima.
It's safe to assume this map was made before Taishima sank then.
Oh yeah, so like that would be Taishima. I think that's Kamishima. And then when we were diving, we went out around this way, I think, actually.
That makes it over 400 years old, made during the Sengoku period. Incredible.
There's something to this. I know it. Eureka! Inspiration strikes. I figured it out.
Did you? Where's the treasure?
So wait. Okay. So we're looking for the star. We're looking for Altez, or Altair even. Just not that. It is. Where's the stars? Altair is... Where the fuck is the summer triangle? There you are. Altair, also known as Hikaboshi, which would be that one. Which... What's it like? I have no doubts it is here, behold! Huh? Why there? It felt right.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but would you care to show me a more definite location?
Dang it. Wait, let me turn it over. So that's supposed to be Altair, right? So, is that wanting me there or there? Depending on the point of view. But I'd assume it's probably, like, here. No?
It may be tough to figure out as it is now unless you find a way to shine some light on the riddle.
Okay, like, I understand in theory. It's just a specific spot. No? No mistakes this time. Nope. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. What does it want me to do then? Because I know it's a star, it's a summer triangle. Here and there. Right. It wants us to find Altair. Is there something else? I mean, who the fuck does it want me to point them? I'm so confused on what it actually wants me to point to then. We're looking for Horikoshi. Right? And what? Files, let's see. The Tales of Issa, let's see, wait. Maybe it's a bit more. Hikaboshi. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. I don't know. I'm not quite sure where it's wanting me to point at. Shine some light on the riddle, like. Sorry, can I move it? You're back. Welcome back. Oh, okay, right. Maybe I should have actually listened to that. Okay. Oh, that's so close to where I was pointing. Because I knew. Oh, I forgot to turn it. Hold on. I forgot. Eureka! It's here. Oh, and what makes you say so? Why, it is simple. This very spot marks the answer to our riddle. Oh, what the fuck? Enter the name of the location. Oh, God. Okay. Wait, Chemish, no. Where did we go? Diving. Where the fuck do we go diving? Watch blind for what's asking name. This is Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse, which is the sequel to Paranormasight, the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. Ryugu? No. Seriously? I can't imagine that's actually Ryugu. I don't know what someone wanted me to do a second part where I had to, like, name it. Wait, okay, how'd you spell the star? Hikoboshi. Boshi. Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle must refer to 95th tale in the Tales of Issei. And the title of that tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Is actually what I wanted to spin in. Oh, for God's sake. Next, note how the 7 triangle constellations drawn on the back. The location of Hikoboshi or altar corresponds to this very spot on the map. Okay, yeah, so it just wanted me to name the fucking star and then the location itself. Okay.
Incredible. I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Abby.
Heh. Nothing compares to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high.
Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that?
Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task. You're right. That does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help.
He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him about the map?
No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect to share the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst.
I understand, but we have no other options.
It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. Oh god, okay. Just keeps on lengthening. Oh, okay, so we've got our bad log triangle. Okay. Right, treasure hunt part 2. The next day. Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling with a seafloor investigation. I asked an amateur diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Well, that's great. Well, what the fuck are we gonna do about it? Which is why we're heading out there ourselves to assess the situation. We have nothing else to do after all.
So we asked an amateur diver to investigate the seafloor in the area.
I guess in a place like this, it would be faster to hire an amateur than a regular diver. In this age, you can still get some amateurs to do contracted dives, huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with. You granting out more pride, alright? Ooh. Feel free to show it if you're comfortable with doing so. In the server, that is. Unless you want to like tag me on a community post on YouTube.
However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma is worried.
We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after if need be. Seriously, do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do. Ever since we first heard about this.
I see.
There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened there.
The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go?
I have a talisman that repels evil, and it should be fine.
Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Understood. Leave it to me.
She's way too casual.
If you were doing a chore, well, welcome back. There's something there. That must be the
amateur diver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling.
You're right. There's something terrible here.
Is it really that bad?
It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. Better make art. I'm watching the streams and doing laundry, bro. I mean, hey. Keeping you company. Get your chores done and then you can do the fun stuff. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside.
Inside the bucket? Does that mean the amateur diver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out.
Yes, unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious.
Can you dispel curses, Circe?
It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though?
Yes, it's fine.
For me, at least. Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you. They're both way too casual about it. I mean, I know Circe is because this is like her field of expertise. But...
Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source.
Can we take it?
Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Ha! That was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly? Pure tungsten. It's a pure tungsten cube. I'm sure of it.
It appears to be quite old, and likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on the top of the box. Do you recognize it from everywhere?
I saw it on the map. I saw it on the seafloor. I saw it on the seafloor. Abby didn't. But I kind of want to say that I saw it on the seafloor for funny. I think I saw it on the seafloor.
Excuse me?
What?
How and when would you have seen anything on the seafloor?
Hate having a bracelet while I'm trying to fold because it wears me out with all the movement, I swear. Oh yeah, like a wrist brace or an arm brace? Yeah. They do that. They're not really great for that kind of thing. Huh? Did I say that?
Must you jerk all the time? This symbol matches the one we found on the map.
Oh, you're right. It's identical.
It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us toward this exact box.
That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. Cube. There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it is some sort of pattern. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a lot of strength to force it open. Did I fracture my wrist? Ah. Yeah, that wouldn't help.
I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago.
I doubt it will open by any normal means. I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of a mechanism inside.
And I suppose you want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place.
In English, please.
It is likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orienting the box in the right directions in the right order.
I see, so I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me. Okay. Think. I'm not sure I really understand it, but I'll take out the box anyway. If I need any help, I can always ask Circe. Take a look at the map. It's definitely the spot indicated by the map. Now then, how to open this metal box? I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look at all four sides. Okay. That looks like that side. Like that looks like that little dip here.
Gotta go again, but then again, I'll see you later, lead shepherd. See you later! I hope your wrist is better soon, and that you can get all your chores done.
Okay. So that's like here. Yeah, this is 3. So 1, 3. 2 is where? here. 4 is... Well, okay, is that... Taishima doesn't exist anymore, but I think that's Kamishima there. Okay. I think I get it. But I'm not sure how I'm supposed to activate it. I get what the puzzle is trying to tell me to do, at the very least. How do I actually, like, point it, though? So... like, 1... 2... 3... Oh. And then 4. Okay. What am I doing now? Hi, Juan. Okay. I get it. I get it. How do I put it? It's possible this area is key to getting the box open, so we should try to figure it out before leaving. Got it. Okay, but I don't know what it wants me to actually do. Wait. If I look at the map. Okay, that's not really all that helpful. The boat the Alma diver who found the metal box, there's not a trace of life left on it. According to Ikoma, the Alma diver went to investigate alone without a companion to mind the boat. I swallowed my fear and tugged on the rope early on the off chance that she was still down there somewhere. I pulled up the whole length of rope, but no one was tied to it. Huh. The weather's great and the sea is calm, yet there's something unsettling in the air. Yeah, I feel it too. You're trying to scare me? Hey, I understand the puzzle. I understand what the puzzle wants me to do, and it probably wants me to do it in the order that there's the dots, right? What I'm not sure is how to actually, like, activate it. Oh, I just actually line it up. Okay, I have to perfectly line it up. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track. Nice, keep at it. Okay, so then 2 is our island over here. There we go. Alright, I'm on fire. That's 2. 3 is... oh wait, it's over here. Even. It's here. I found it. Good job. Just one left. There we go. Okay. Easy peasy. Yes, it's open.
Congratulations. What's inside?
Let's see. Huh? What's this? It's a curse stone. Some kind of small wooden carving. Oh? Curse stone acquired. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh, hey! It's been a while since we've summoned a curse stone, huh? Whoa, something came out. Hanks! Hanks, what is this? Make it stop! Oh, no, it hurts. A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind. Drift forever, ill-doers, be as fish, perish. You acquire the curse of the Forsaken Fish curse stone. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Ise Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press the use curse button when you wish to use the curse. Hi, Fira! Great time to pop in! I think that's actually the first time we've actually obtained a curse stone in this game. I'm surprised it took this long. Of course, born from the final memories of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. Well, that answers one of our questions, huh? The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Issei Bay by gradually turning them into a fish starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is the result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a curse stone. So Hayase is dead. Good to know. Good to know. What the hell was that?
I'm not certain. But I believe we may have just acquired a curse tool known as the Curse Stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky!
Good for you! If you're truly congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you, but can I ask you something first?
Of course.
Am I cursed? Am I going to die?
I wouldn't say you were cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on for a minute, I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer so that its grudge will spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse.
Stop! I already told you I can't take on any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Curse echoes are the visual manifestations of curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse, but they do not always take the same shape, sometimes appearing in a more abstract or disfigured form instead. Unlike spirits, they are manifested illusions, and as such have no consciousness of their own. A person afflicted by a curse that has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but such individuals who become curse bearers by coming into possession of a curse stone or some other means can see other curse echoes. Curse stone is a type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. So I wonder... I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all of that first.
Really? Tell me! Tell me!
Yeah, give me a minute. I mean, I suppose it technically works. It gives us information about a mermaid. For real. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help.
Wait, was he?
Might he have been involved in the storm 5 years back? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. We're currently at the mouth of Kama River. There's a residential area further upstream. It seems Mr. Kama had just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. Ah, it's like a little... I see. Okay.
Will you believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses?
Can we just not bring it up?
You think you can explain it all without bringing them up?
Well, let's see how far we get. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. You must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. And I feel a little bad for saying he kind of looked like he'd be a psycho businessman. Maybe he might actually be nice for real. I don't know. Even when a curse fell into her lap, she managed to remain calm. Only a consummate professional like her could be so cool and collected with all this happened. Talk about the Ama Diver. The diver I hired to perform the search was an Ama Diver living in Toba City by the name of Tamikasuma. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I am the one who sent her out there. If there is blame to take, it is mine. Still, what exactly happened out there? About that. Let's start with this metal box the Ama Diver found. Please do. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. Perhaps, yes. Okay, we're not gonna get any further with that right now. So, basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see. So your map indicated the location of this wooden carving? We believe so. The question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this... I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun! Well, he's just a nice psycho businessman who appears constantly tired. He might just have a resting bitch face, to be perfectly honest. He seems fairly nice. Like, actually? So, I don't know. I mean, he could just be faking it, I suppose. I mean, I said that about the fucking janitor in the first game for, like, the first meeting of him. Although, to be fair, when he wasn't being a serial killer and, like, specifically targeting the police officer that put him away, he was actually fairly nice. For some reason. A curse? Dun dun what now? That's right. In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message. And we are the recipients. Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost.
I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
That's right. It's curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I am about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma, but even so, I ask you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3. I'm prepared. Please tell me. I see. So the Taishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Abby, then inherited her curse and ditched into information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory.
You absorbed all of that quite efficiently. I'm impressed.
This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen when one touches a cursed stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. That's right, I know the truth. All of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I am prepared, but it will take some time to explain. Oh! Laser Bears! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. If anyone needs to read and run, please absolutely feel free. Currently, we are playing PARANORMASIGHT, the MERMAID'S CURSE. We have just found our first actual tangible curse stone in the 3rd episode. Which I'm surprised it took this long, to be honest. 30 on 30 from Laser. Oh. Ah, yeah, you're playing Prey. Bear with us. I see. Yeah. Hi, I'm Navi. I play video games and I draw. And wow, 35 stream streak. That's crazy. Yeah, currently we are talking to this man who is actually surprisingly nice despite looking like he would be part of a certain movie about a psycho businessman. But yeah, how did your stream go? What you were playing Prey. I don't know much about Prey. I saw a little bit of it, but I didn't really see enough to actually get what it was about. So, did you make good progress? Did you win? Did you win? Never go to draw. Give Navi money for draw. Actually, explicitly do not give me money for draw. I am so backed up right now. Please do not. I did, however, reopen my Etsy today. It's missing most of my keychains at the moment because I haven't had time to take stock. And there's not much point when I have a con this whole weekend, but like... The Etsy open now. Yippee, sticker. Get a funny sticker. I really need to update my Etsy, but like, it's been closed long enough. I should probably reopen that. But yeah, so we have just discovered why Taishima Island sank 400 years ago. The character who knows has not told us yet. That's actually what he was about to do. But yeah. Ta-da! Yeah, if you guys need to read and run, absolutely feel free. I completely understand. We will be going for a little longer. I am currently sick, so if you hear me sniffling, that's why. I'm alright enough to stream, but I am a bit sniffly. And yes, I do have an Etsy. I need to take new product photos and update everything. Oh my god, I need to update everything. But I'll be doing that next week, probably? Probably. Question mark. But yeah. So, also we have a, may have accidentally sent an Ama diver to her death. Rest in peace. Thanks for getting me a curse stone, I guess. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. Let's talk about Taishima. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please do tell. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. It was good, can I tell, considering I'm only playing on normal difficulty. We found a video recording of our past self telling us we need to destroy the space station we're on, and everything aboard, including ourselves, so I guess we're winning, maybe? Maybe. I mean, hey, maybe it's a win. Sometimes, to truly win, sometimes you gotta kill yourself. I guess. Maybe in this case, at least. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the three mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been sealed by Nagame and Hayase. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known. So he secretly hid them on Taishima, so no one would learn about their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. Everyone loves fireworks, I guess. Don't you read me that line. Don't you give me that line. Do you like fireworks? Somnium Files PTSD from that fucking phrase. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, and the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. I played it, but I've heard lots of good things. You should play it. Fireworks are very important in that series. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see, by keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle Yoshitaka learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an area that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted. The invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Ayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Ayase did not yield, immune to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. That's horrible. The hatred Ayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the curse stone. But to be honest, that is only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a curse stone. So, talk about the box? That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. If it's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years, how come it wasn't discovered until now?
It most likely sealed inside. It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago.
So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed?
No, I believe the box's unsealing may have been triggered by something.
Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all the inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping the secret. This guy was the worst. Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed his shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he'd been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other two mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there were two other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. The mermaid's treasure. This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day. We now know she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima. So we do. Putting descendants aside from now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassal's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together, and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it. The small island of Taishima sucked swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of his men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it. Taishima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the curse of the raging waves. The calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous Onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea, alongside the sanctuary, and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it requires a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima?
That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death.
So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the Onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. Then the same Onmyoji, knowing the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information.
He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves.
Indeed, I have compiled it all in my files.
Ooh!
Let's see.
A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima. An island was located to the south of Kamishima after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. In truth, the curse has been perpetually active ever since its inception. The sacrifice offered 400 years ago merely served to seal the source of the calamity during this time. It is believed that Mari Minakuchi attempted to lift the curse once and for all, only for her failure to give rise to the disaster 5 years ago. Oh, I see. In the event that the curse did not fade during the 400 years it was sealed, the Onmyoji originally responsible for sealing the curse left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal risen from the depths within the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Interesting. Huh, so that's what happened. And that wraps it up. I got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that? You're utterly astounding. Wow, incredible.
Around 400 years ago during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Honnoji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kuki Navy, has only been gaining influence within the clan, but he now finds himself at the crossroads in an era still wrecked by the turmoil of war. It was then that a vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sadamune, approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Taishima under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the Capri Dams. It was widely known through folklore that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be his to command. Seeing this as an opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew and head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was in fact Sumitaka who had secretly been protecting the mermaids on Taishima. Believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods and the island's sacred sanctuary, he had worked to keep them isolated from outside influence. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also living in hiding on Taishima at the time for other reasons, which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sadamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Sumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but was also secretly moving to build an army of his own. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sadamune to prepare a military invasion of Taishima. Upon receiving the order, Komatsu Sadamune immediately set sail for Taishima at the head of a large army.
Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Taishima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back. But they stood no chance against seasoned soldiers hardened by years of battle on the front lines, and one after another they fell before the invaders. Sadamune ordered that even women and children be cut down without mercy, and soon the waters around Taishima ran red with blood. Sadamune's forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase, and captured her. Sadamune discovered that she make his troops immortal, or demanded that she make his troops immortal, even. But the mermaid staunchly refused, even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal. The torture escalated, until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the brink of death and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry, overflowing with resentment and anger as she breathed her last. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had cast a curse upon them with her final dying breath. With the one mermaid Sadamune had captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining two mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth, reaching down to the sea floor. In the deepest part of the cave was a shrine, and a door with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all his remaining gunpowder and artillery, and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. The next moment, a violent tremor wrecked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by a storm. The repercussions of his desecration of the sacred land and the resentment of the islanders that he had senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravaged by fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Taishima sank beneath the waves as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus were Taishima and the sacred land, along with Sadamune and his army, lost to the sea in an instant. The only survivors of this tragedy were two mermaids and two islanders that had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had, in fact, stayed behind as bait to allow the others to escape. The two surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a man named Somikawa, who had been assigned the duty of protecting a relic important to the mermaids. However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it, and the curse born from these dark emotions, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even several days after the incident. Furthermore, the curse born from Hayase's final moments, the curse of the forsaken fish, also continued to exert its influence in the area, causing anyone who entered the storm's domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Sumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Tsuchimikado Harukage, a renowned onmyoji and friend of Princess Hatsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves, although the curse was too powerful to dispel. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years, by which time he anticipated the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. Hearing this, Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in the hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who had looked after her during her time on Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down, and peace was restored to the seas around the island. A bronze mirror in Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves. It was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. Tsuchimikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse of the forsaken fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning it into a curse stone. Kage used the resentful memories contained within the curse stone to create a record of the event, which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in a rock on the seabed. In the event, the curse of the raging waves had not abated even after 400 years. He made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred land, and so that the record of what had happened and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land of the mermaids, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased and no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Afterwards, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals tertiary around Taishima countless times after that, but it's sad that they found neither the mermaids nor any trace of their existence. That was a particularly long file. Okay. Right. I compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over it at your own pace. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and then the Yama Diver. After Miss Suma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she's died? It is likely. If you consider that Curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box. It's likely already too late for her. How horrible. So she likely turned into a fish and died soon after. There is a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. Oh. That sucks. Oops. Okay. Cersei, do you have anything to say? Wait a second. Is something wrong? Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes? I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it. If it is true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upwards, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared. The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass. Gah. It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy. Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there is no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are of such high quality. Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic. But it means there's a possibility. Not sure I like that glare you had. Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss. About the events 400 years ago. My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her? Yeah, that's true. It could mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why. As for the second observation, he looks... This guy kind of reminds me of like a Yakuza character. Doesn't he look like he'd fit right in, right? Right into that series, like, just put him in 3D and there you go, like, don't need to change anything else. As for the second observation, I have a theory about the area described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to an entrance to Ryukyu? Ryukyu? It's sometimes also referred to as the Eternal World or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryukyu, the god of the sea.
I see. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryukyu, then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling there from Ryukyu.
Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of the sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it is difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years?
However, it is quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryukyu could maintain such power. It also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryukyu. But if the entrance to Ryukyu was sealed, what became of the two mermaids that fled Taishima?
I doubt Sobai and Nagame managed to return to Ryukyu. I believe they may be living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes.
If that is true, then they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It is also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. It could all be these same two.
Ah! All this discussion of hiding made me realize something.
What is it?
Do you recall the story Mystery Coleman told us yesterday, of the mermaid who became human?
Ah. Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryukyu?
It's a possibility we should consider.
That occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become a human just before the seal was released?
Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who's lived for centuries. It is possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become a human out of her own desire.
Could she have met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with? Like in The Little Mermaid?
That's certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I'll have to write this down. I can make a solid novel.
Oh, I just realized something.
What is it?
You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yes?
That's correct. Well, I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure, too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. Well, I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to handle the matter with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks, that'd be great. That said, in return, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said the seal over the entrance to Ryukyu has been lifted. Is that correct?
Yes, it has most likely been gone for several months now.
Huh? Really?
A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that curse is the curse of the raging waves has searched up from Ryukyu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded.
That would mean the entrance to Ryukyu is now open.
Well, the situation is quite unstable now, what with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance.
At any rate, what did you want us to do? There is an island called Kamoshima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There's something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? So this is why they actually went.
Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there's some information you kept from him.
Oh, did I?
Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality.
That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what you may say about tourist attractions, this guy is also after immortality. I saw him straight up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her capture required more than her flesh for immortality.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go into Kamishima and find the still-tied mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of the Taishima descendant, right?
There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about.
Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now.
Agreed, though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all.
The evil atmosphere is nauseating. However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids, like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima.
You mean the treasure required in addition to our mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
Yes. It's a treasure known as Tamate Bako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. So, provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and a Tamate Bako, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom! Tamate Bako. A box often referred to a relic used by the mermaids who once lived near Taishima. A similar box also made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro as the box gives the eponymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name becoming widely known. Yes, I was thinking of that. The box is filled with a spiritual energy similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said that the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world. It also has the secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist in a transient state in the material world, to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. I see. Okay. Gotcha.
If we can meet with the Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the Tamate Bako.
I concur. If we could get our hands on Tamate Bako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it's likely that he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir.
What was that all about anyway? You sure we're not gonna need that iron box?
I doubt we will need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan.
Oh? I'm sure that's not gonna come back later. Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find a Tamate Bako.
Okay.
Oh god, it keeps extending. It just keeps going and going and going. Well, that being said, I do think it's probably gonna take like another half hour to an hour if I want to do another scene. But I think that's actually a rather good place to leave it off for today. Because we can always quite easily get back to these next week. And also my throat is a bit rough, so I don't really want to push it much longer, as much as I really would actually like to continue, because this is very interesting. But I think before my internet starts freaking out, that tends to happen around this time anyway as well, I think that I'm gonna go and find someone to raid. So let me pop over to the chatting screen and I will go and find someone. I think I saw that Rain had popped on, so that might be a good option. I think it's been at least a week since I last raided Rain. Shatter's also on, actually. Still, but I don't know. Well, no, you'd still probably have at least like an hour or so. I would assume. Rain or Shatter? I guess I did use Shatter's joke earlier. So I suppose we'll go for Shatter. Well, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end first, though. The ad break on Twitch is going, like, just now. I probably should have... I should have snoozed that. Oops. But, yeah, because I do wanna... I would like to talk about what is happening in the next few days. So I'll just wait for Twitch to get back. Anyway, I hope everyone's had a good day, good evening, a good night, good morning, whatever time it is. I'll get a sip. And a stretch. You've enjoyed the stream today? I'm glad. I know visual novels can be a bit contentious for streaming, but I do like streaming them. They're fun. I think they're nice and chill to listen to for you guys. And also, I fucking love Paranormasight. It's so good. It's so good. They're so masterful over it. God. Yeah, next time we might also take a peek at Sato's little story continuation there, because I do want to get back to that. But I think all the stuff with Abby and Cersei is probably really important. And I suspect that we might get locked out of any further progress from Sato's end anyway. Hello, Fish Guy is here. Hi, we're about to finish up. I'm just waiting for the Twitch stream to get back from ads because I forgot to snooze them. Oops. But hi, you made it just in time. Yeah, once I get off, I'm gonna chill out. So I don't want to worsen my throat. It was honestly actually okay. I obviously had to keep like muting to blow my nose and stuff because it's all gross. Oh man, I'm late. Yeah, a little bit. I don't usually go super duper late. It's actually rare for me to go further than maybe 2 AM BST. I try to finish up around 1. Because that puts me at around 4 hours, which I think is usually a pretty good time. And that's about all I'm willing to go while I have a fucked up throat from being sick. So, alas. Okay, Twitch should be back now. Okay, we're gonna, I think we're gonna raid Shatter today. Who's currently playing Meat of the Hollower, which is a game I was actually considering checking out. But before we do that, I will be back tomorrow and we will be starting Final Fantasy X. Yippee! And I promise we will be going ahead with it tomorrow. I will not be canceling it tomorrow unless I'm actually on death's door. Because I really want to start Final Fantasy X. I'm determined. I know a lot of people really like Final Fantasy X, and I really like to experience it. So, we will be doing that tomorrow. That'll be at 9 PM BST. It'll be my first time actually playing. I've played like a little bit of the intro before. So I do have save data I need to like wipe. But it was not substantially far. It really was not out of the prologue. So I don't know all that much of the story aside from stuff that was either referenced in 14 or that was knowledge that I gained just from other fans talking about things. That being said, that'll be tomorrow's stream. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna start the raid. I think today's raid message I think it would be funny if we use Shadow's joke against him because I used it earlier. I'm trying to like parody it. What's it? Is there a goat pun you can make with mountain similar to Meowton? Let's see, let's see, let's see. I'm trying to make a clever raid message. Try to be clever. What's a good pun? What's a terrible pun, actually? I'm trying to think. Wreck those brain cells. I think this is terrible. Yeah, I kind of landed on Bounton. I was like, I can't think of a better way of putting it. So our raid message is gonna be, what do you call a pile of cat food as? A Bounton. That's terrible. Kill me. Anyway, I'm gonna start the raid. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for putting up with me while I'm sick, and I probably sound really congested because I am. Let me start the raid. Oh, and if you have one of my emotes, feel free to add them. And yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!